Wayne. He started with Wayne.
They're all different.
They were there on the presentation.
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you so much for coming out to Occidental County Board of Supervisors meeting, the very first meeting for the month of August. This year is rolling right on by, right on past. But we certainly do appreciate you all for coming out, wanting to be a part of our county government. With that being said, before I ask Supervisor Orlando Trainer, if you don't mind, would you lead us in a word of prayer?
Sure, let us pray. Oh God, we come this morning to say thank you. Thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to be here, Father. Thank you that you allowed us. Father, we realize that there's a lot of stuff going on, but we thanks be to God that you're still in charge. We're praying, oh Lord, for guidance today. Lord, as we contemplate the business and help us do things that are pleasing in thy sight. Father, we just ask that you just continue to bless people that are trying to serve from all capacities. I know there's a lot of stuff going on, but we just thank you, Lord, for things, whether they are all levels of government, from the federal, state, to our local level, Father. We ask that you just give us the insight to do things that are pleasing in your sight. And Father, once we get ready to go and leave and go back to our respective places, give us traveling grace, help us to find things and know where we can go. In Jesus' name we pray. Let your heart say amen, amen, amen.
Amen. Thanks, Supervisor Trainer. Next on the agenda, we've got our citizens' comment period. This is the time that any citizen of Occidental here before the board that you might have. So as of now, we consider our citizens' comment period as being over. Good morning, Mr. Turner.
Good morning. It's good that my cousin and I, we was on the morning bank together in what affect him affect me, what affect me affect him. People will fight you quick about their money and playing games. We don't understand why they cannot build a school on 16 section land, but it's gonna make them very irritable when you start playing games and playing with their money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Need a motion to acknowledge?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Williams. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Would there be anyone else that would like to appear before the board? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Aaron Johnson. I live in the Osborne community, and I'm here simply to inquire about the bridge that has been out of commission well over a year now, and it does present a problem for myself and others that use that route. The mail carrier, personnel, school bus, and others. With the closure of that bridge, they have to go all the way around, several miles or so out of the way. And so my only question is there any deadline or future that the bridge is going to be restored? That's my only question.
What road is that bridge located?
It's on Osborne Road.
Osborne.
We should get a report from our engineer when this time comes. We should turn that bridge and others too.
I can tell that now. Yeah, well, that contract has been awarded. It's been bid and awarded. The contracts are with the contractors to provide back to us. We expect them back hopefully this week. They'll go to state aid for concurrence, and then work should start on the bridge.
Okay, so is there a timeline? Is there any certain timeline? Because I've gotten in the past several timelines. It'll be starting in February, then March, in June. So now we're in the month of August, and I don't know, but we keep getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. I know some things take time, but it's been well over a year now, and that's my only concern.
Yes, sir. What I can tell you is that the job has been bid and awarded. Upon receipt of the contracts, which we hope we'll get this week, they will be forwarded to state aid. It normally takes them a week or two to offer concurrence. And when we get that, I believe the contract time is like 120 days to complete the project. So it's in the system and it's been awarded, it's gonna get built. We just gotta keep working it through.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
for your time.
Motion to acknowledge. Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Carver. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Would there be anyone else?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Mary Kelly, 385 Clifford Lane. I just want to start out by saying we appreciate everyone that had a hand in the paving of 385 Clifford Lane, Jordan Lane, and Rock Hill Road. And we are looking forward in the near future to the paving of the 16th section road that runs into Rock Hill.
What about Ballard? Has it been, Ballard's been paved? Ballard too? Yeah.
But I'm here before you guys today with a different issue. In the late 80s, early 90s, my dad purchased some land from Bill Hoppo. The lady was Bill Hoppo. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. Okay, there was a community committee that said that a plot of that land on our land, the Kelly Estates, was supposed to be set aside for a community park. Now, there's no record here in the courthouse that says that that plot of land supposed to be or constitutes that it's supposed to be a community park. Now, what the county comes out and cuts it every now and again, with their involvement in that land that is yet to be determined. Mr. Orlando Trainer is very so familiar with the land that I'm talking about. Okay, we've been going through this for a while. Like I say, my dad purchased it in the late 80s, early 90s, and we've been going back and forth about this with this land. So we are a tight-knit community, and we want to handle this, respectfully. So with that being said, that is what I'm here before you guys today to determine. Again, it's here at the courthouse in black and white that it belongs to the Kelly Estates. That's what I have to say to you guys today.
I'd just like to make a recommendation, we give Attorney Robinson research this issue and report back to the board on the family.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little, that we allow our board attorney to research this issue and report back to the board.
Well, I got a question. The county not cutting private property, are they?
We'll maintain it.
Private property?
Well, we're maintaining it under the auspices that it is not private property.
Where is that?
Now, I have this deed right here that I just had Tom Gregory. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. He came out and surveyed. And we have 48 acres of land. And as you can see, all of this is belonging, all of this land is belonging to the Kelly Estates, 48.35 acres. He just came out and surveyed. But, I'm not the best with maps, but within this 48 acres, as I said earlier, there's a plot of land that we've been kind of back and forth with it for a while, and we just want to get this matter rectified.
Where on this is that property?
Well, you know what? Like I say, the best
Is that right there?
It could be. It's
Right here?
okay, Mr. Train, like I say, he's familiar.
All right.
It should come.
It's in here. It's in here. It's 48 acres. Is it right up in this?
This whole plot is 48. This is about what?
It should corner with Clifford Lane and
right up in here.
Rock Hill Road.
Mm-hmm. And it says, like I say here, black and white, it belongs to the Kelly's estate. It's been some talk, but like I say, we're a close-knit community, and we don't want to,
Did the family do a title search on this?
to my knowledge, I'm not sure as far as a title search, but at the end of the day, like I said, we've been back and forth and here at the courthouse and the deeds and things of that nature, so that's why we're here today, to kind of get some help from you
Can I
guys.
get a copy of that for you?
Sure, we can go and get a copy, that's fine, no problem. But we just wanna know the involvement, you know, with the county and their credit and things of that nature.
It's been moved and second. Any other questions? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
So who do I give a copy to? Thank you.
Would there be anyone else that would like to appear before the board? Good morning, sir.
Good to see y'all again this later. Good to see y'all as well as y'all can pass around and have y'all as well. My name is Christopher Thompson. I'm a resident of Starkville in Ottawa County as well. Since I was on the last time, I started attending board meetings with the city and county, and also just getting out there and be a part of the voices and like making that change. So just wanted to come out and brief y'all real soon. We'll brief about what's going on with Starkville Voices. Upcoming, we have a town hall with President Margaret Howard, who's going to be attending Maryland Spur on September 15th at the Newborn Center as well. But also got some more events started. We're going to do voter registrations and a lot more things to get people involved with our community. And like our biggest part is let people know how to attend our meetings, how to come inside, and how to be part of the voice that y'all make those decisions as well. But if y'all want to watch tomorrow during the City of Starkville board meeting, I will be doing a full presentation talking more about our organization. But this just be like a little recap about what's going on with it as well. But again, thank y'all.
On the 15th, Newborn Center, what time is that?
It's September 15th at 7 p.m.
Thank you. I've been seeing you online, you got a good presence, building. I guess that's good.
I appreciate you. I appreciate y'all support as well.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to being there.
Thank you, sir.
Before motion to acknowledge. Motion by Supervisor Little, second by Supervisor Williams, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously. And I'm gonna back up just a little bit. We've got a motion and a second, to allow our board attorney to research that issue, but we didn't get a motion to acknowledge. Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Carter. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Would that be anyone else that would like to appear before the board? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Kenny Childers. And, Rob, I'm doing right.
You're doing good. Just tell them what the situation is and let them know that it's a church and you got an assessment done. I'm okay. He has a church property out there. They have leased some trailer spots, RV type spots. There's what, 4 of them, 5 of them?
You don't do that.
Yeah. Tell them that part of it.
Our church is in Clayton Village and it has been annexed into the city now. And when we built the church, we there was a trailer already back there, so we just moved a mobile home back there for a guy that come in, not a mobile home, but a travel trailer for a guy that came in and helped us build the church. And he said, man, we'll make 3 or 4 spots here so we can use it for the church. And so we did that. We never opened it to the public. We didn't want to do that. We weren't trying to make money. But for our college kids to come, we charge them, like, they give the building fund $100 a month. And so we got 3 other spots. And that goes solely into the building fund. There's never been no profit from it. When we built it, when we did the septic thing, I did all that free. And the water line, same thing, free gratis. Lowndes County give us the water meters to go in, and Clayton Village water guy told me, he said, Brother Childers, you don't want to fool with this, you leave it to us, or you won't cut them off and we will. So we did that. And so we have those, which is 1 spot, there's a girl who's going to college there. We have 1 spot that a guy won about 15 years ago to the Lord, is in our church. His job moved him to Birmingham, and so he comes over to the ball game. He's a die-hard Mississippi State fan, And he said, could I put me a spot there and just come to the ball game? I said, yeah. So he did his own electrical. As a matter of fact, he did not only his electrical, but he upgraded all of our electrical for free. No money involved. And so he does. He said, let me pay like everybody else. No, you just don't worry about it. You do all this work for us and take care of us. And he said, well, I said, half my tithe. I said, you have to talk to your pastor about that. And so he did. The pastor agreed over in Birmingham. He said, that'd be a good deal. So he comes during the ball game in one of the spots. We leave it open for him. He also allowed us he keeps the meter going. We got an evangelist or somebody comes in to preach for us, that they got a trailer, they can pull it in there and use his power. All right. There's a little couple that was out here at Seth Creek Road that came to our church. He's deaf, she's legally blind, and they were living in a utility building. And they sold the property where it was at, so they were going to be homeless. One of the guys in the church said, hey, if you will take our trailer, not mobile home, but travel trailer, just take over payments.
Let me wrap this up,
Yeah.
because you're 3 minutes or about up. What he's asking is to have, he would prefer it to be no tax on it at all, because it's church property. Here's the problem: state law doesn't allow that. State law basically says that once you have leased property, no matter where the money's going, you are now in a for-profit type business at that point. However, we can have somebody go out there and make certain that the size of make sure that we're not taxing too much, and it's exactly the right size, which we probably are. I'm not suggesting we're not.
I think the tax assessment already.
Right. And then the secondary thing we could potentially do is I have no idea as to what improvements we're saying we're done out there. They don't own the buildings themselves, they own the land itself, and you may already have that under control too. My main thing is to give him an opportunity to come here and see what we can
I
do.
went in to meet Joella, and the tax that she told me, like $4,000.
Depending on the assessment, the condition of it, good, average, or excellent.
Okay. And we charge $1,200 a month, a year.
I'll tell you what, this is in the appeal process of it. So right now, we'll just table this, and we'll return to this.
Okay.
Sure will. But thank you.
Thank you.
Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Little, all in favor. Motion passes unanimously. Would there be anyone else that would like to appear before the board? Well, 3 minutes. If not, we'll consider this portion of the agenda as being closed. Next week on the agenda, we've got presentations. We've got presentations coming from the Regional Water Management. An annual briefing will be coming from the Tombigbee Valley Water Management. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Go ahead and grab a seat here, please.
Yep.
I was late getting those out. I've met everybody, but just for the board, I'm Drew Robertson, I serve Executive Director of the Tombigbee River Valley Water Management District, which if you can say that in one breath answering the phone, then you truly do something. So I'm joined today with David Kennard, who's one of the county board members, and then William Hillman sends his regrets he couldn't be here, and also Don Whitehead, who runs all of our operations with our 12 crew members. We do flood control, and you're a member of the district. What I've got in front of you is just a bit of a report. We were here, believe it or not, a year ago. Matter of fact, I think the street was all torn up last year. It looks really nice right now in Rudy Park. But I'll go through here. I'm going to give you just the wave tops, and then certainly I'll take the easy questions. If you got some zingers, I'll let Don answer the real difficult questions there in the back. But if you flip to the first page, this is looking at what you've paid in, the projects, PLM funds, just trying to give you kind of a dashboard update. The two things I want to highlight, if you look at the 5-year average, the good news is that number is trending up. think we had, when David, who was in my position before, brought the county on, it took us a year or so to really try to get some momentum and get the relationships working out and get it percolating. But the good news is that we're seeing a trend moving up in the projects. One of the benefits that we have, every county is given a 10 mark for the Mississippi fiscal year. So that's 1 July to 30 June. So if you've got beaver or hog issues in the county, and of course I don't know how you would divide that amongst the 5 districts, but if you eradicate or take care of any of those issues, if you give us a receipt, then we can reimburse up to $10,000. And that's not to be confused with the USDA program. Now, some counties are using USDA and then reimbursing that. All we care about is if you've paid up to $10,000 to eradicate beaver and hog that are problematic on land, then we can reimburse up to 10. That's not a ton of money, but every dollar counts in today's budgets. So I just wanted to make the board aware of that. And then if that money is not used by the end of the fiscal year, it goes back into Tom Bigby's operational budget, and then there's another $10,000 earmarked for the next fiscal year. On the next page, it's queued projects. These are projects that have been approved by the Tom Bigby board, and a work order has been issued. What I wanted to point out, if you'll look at the bottom right corner, it's nearly $250,000. If you use the 5-year average, that's a 70.11% return on investment for the county, and that's good news because again, every penny you pay into the district goes straight to what we do. We don't get any money from Jackson, so this is an opportunity for taxpayer dollars to be used at the local level. And as you know, kind of our superpower is that we can go on private property if the landowner agrees to a temporary easement, so we can try to keep these waterways clean. Case in point, Governor Reeves dispatched us 2 years ago up in Monroe County when the tornado hit. And so our guys spent 2 months in the hinterlands cleaning out creeks that citizens never saw. But as you know, one stick of timber falls in a creek, it's just a matter of time before that's going to build up and then that creek could possibly jump. The next page, approved projects. You can see we've got 3 projects that are approved, awaiting action from the county. When this can be, this is, we've given a project approved, Richard sends out the information. If there's a bottleneck, this is where we tend to see it, and it's generally with easements. Sometimes projects will get somewhere and it's like an elephant graveyard. They'll sit there in perpetuity until somebody figures out, hey, we're not going to get that easement. So this is just me bringing you an update. What is another good news from this page, if you take the 115 that's sitting there, that gives you 365,000 queued and or approved, and that gets the return on investment up to 148%. So again, the county is trending in the right direction. The next page, and then I'll yield for any questions. These are pending projects. These are projects that are going to be taken to the Tom Bigby board. We had 13 member counties. So again, when you send a project up, you work with Richard, or you tell us with Mr. Victor, the road manager, which ones you want us to take. We'll take some to the board for approval. So this is kind of our order of march. And then I want to pause here and make one final mention. On your agenda, in the consent agenda, item 9, there's a project for Big Creek. This is and look, we need to keep our house in order too. And this is where I'm going to bring in Carl Zita's name. David Kennard introduced me to him at this meeting a year ago. And here's what we've been working on with your county, with Carl and with Toby Sandiford at Golden Triangle. This report that you've got is Drew Robertson going into 4 different filing cabinets, checking Excel spreadsheets with Bailey McCain, who does a great job, and going into Don's office, finding the folders. We are an absolute analog district. So a year ago, we started a dialogue with Carl. So I'm bringing up that Big Creek project because I do not have that on this report. And it's obvious that it came out of our district back to you. So Carl's been working with us, and we've been looking at trying to move to a GIS platform. Now, I'm from Grenada County, so we had to hunt to eat. We don't need like the most expensive Benelli shotgun in the world. We just need a Mossberg. So we're trying to move from an analog digital to get some digital capability. What I'm excited about is as we move forward with Carl and with Toby, if we can move our little district into a bit of a hybrid where the project can be laid out on the GIS platform and in real time, you need an update on where an easement is instead of Drew going into 15 different cabinets and somehow missing a project called Big Creek. The good news is, thanks to Carl, and I'm throwing him a well-deserved kudos, we appreciate kind of doing like a little guinea pig beta test with Octiball, because if we can get the system thing, because I'm a 14-year-old, my last child still has to put an app on my phone. A bit more sophisticated. Carl can dial us in to. I didn't mean to give you a soliloquy on that, but I'm excited and very appreciative of the dialogue we generated a year ago. Kind of we're excited about moving into something that might be sophisticated and give us a little time at what a project is that we're doing. And I'll say this, thank you for your membership, because we can't do what we do without you. We're only 17 people, but I can tell you these folks that I work with are my main effort, because focusing on the people that work at the district means that they're going to focus on the counties. And we really enjoy trying to bring some value to the taxpayers. So at the end of the day, nothing super fancy. It's flood control, and it's a lot of the things that citizens really will never see because we're out there in the back 40 trying to make sure that we keep the rivers open. But David or Don, anything to add?
Nothing here, just thank y'all for the opportunity.
And subject to your questions, I'll yield the floor to be formal here.
Anything coming from the board?
I just want to say thank y'all. This is a group that has been able to go back for years and time, stuff we couldn't get on and approach. And Orlando has always, Mr. Trainer has always said that we should have done this years ago. That's the only thing. I know you've helped citizens out. Almost was a life safety issue if the yards are flooding, and we've had the torrential downpours. But your staff, Mr. Herring, I know, and Mr. Bernard have met and have been excellent in the field when you meet a group of individuals and homeowners and explain the process. And I've been nothing but pleased. Y'all have gone and created solutions to many problems that we've had for long term. So.
But I appreciate that. And again, I do very little. Leadership's easy when you got good people. But I appreciate that. It's a very, we're this purple spotted unicorn up in Northeast Mississippi. We have to defend our budget every year at the Senate and the House, and they always are like, "What do y'all do now?" And best we can figure, Stennis and Eastland and Jamie Whitten years ago wanted to build a waterway. So our district was the host agent for the Corps of Engineers. So we are not the 10-ton waterway, but we are the solution for flood control because we knew when that was built, it was going to create a need.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
I've gotten to know many of you personally. I know you're a hard-working, dedicated individual with Palm Beach Waterway Management District. My concern is that much of the water that is flowing, much of it is flowing from the north to the south and entering into Bluff Lake and going to the Macon River. So I'm just hoping that we're not getting a bottleneck situation by cleaning our creeks up north and not doing what we need to be doing to the south. So we will not bottleneck the water would just, yeah, we clean out the creeks and it would start to move it, but are we moving it on out of Octagon County?
Yes. Well, thank you. And that's a very relevant question. Here's a bit of the inconvenient truth. We can only do what the county asks us to do, and then obviously if the county's not a member, we don't have the authority there. If in a perfect world, you would have all of these counties that have a tributary into the basin come up with a holistic, unified approach to say, hey, let's surgically look at how we want to get all of this moving and have it on a maintenance cycle. Unfortunately, the counties are not really collaborative and synchronizing, but what we try to do when a county tells us, hey, these are the 3, 4, 5 priorities for us, we try to help shape that fight. And then in tandem with the adjacent county, we may or may not have authority on that creek, but Richard, who does our project management, he's going to try to scope the project so that you don't want to create all of these energy flows of water and then they just come up against something that they can't go through. So he's using environmental analytics and water analytics to make sure that any project that we do at least can address that area. And I'm probably getting out of my scope. Don, would you agree? I mean, sometimes it's challenging, but we're not going to do a project that's going to create another issue. But counties that we don't, like if a creek flows into a county that's not a member, unfortunately, we don't have the ability to go into that area.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking more about Octagon County now as a whole, and how do we move water out of Octagon County? I know other counties have that responsibility to move theirs in some kind of way, but I just don't want to be bottlenecking.
Well, of course, you don't have all the resources in the world, but David and I were actually talking about this. I won't put him on the spot, but he was saying, and again, you're the county. I'm not telling you how to do your business, but were I over this, I would look at the entire county, kind of like the road manager. All the roads should be on a cyclic, every 5 years or 7 years or whatever, based on the deterioration of the top, we're going to do X, Y, or Z. You could also look at your aquatic mapping and go, okay, hey, where is the water channeling? And then you could actually forecast, like a maintenance cycle. Hey, over 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 4 years, we're going to try to address these hot points. And so I think that would be a county discussion. As you're looking at what Tom Bigby brings to the fight, we could look at, hey, the capabilities that the district brings. Let's apply those and court on different sections. And we're going to do section A every 4th year. And again, I'm probably not telling you anything you don't know, but I guess my point is, unless there's collaboration in the county and a unified approach, that unity of effort is going to be very difficult to achieve.
Let me add one thing if I could, just real quick. Drew and I had this conversation the other day over lunch. What I would foresee this as your representative, I would see looking at this, like you said, the holistic point. You need to start at the county lines and work your way backwards. Instead of starting with the problems inside and trying to work out, you're really not doing anything to relieve that. You still got water backing up. So start at the county lines. We need to figure out our 3, 4, 5 main tributaries that leave here. Let's get the main ones opened up. That would help a lot. Then you can start off the branches coming back in toward the center of the county. I'll be glad to help with that. The representative now, I would love to. Joe, you and I had that conversation before.
You have a good solution to my question.
So
you have a good solution.
Can I take credit that his?
That's the solution that we're looking for. That we start at the county line and start moving back to the center, rather than starting at the center and going on to somewhere just going to bottleneck somewhere trying to get out of the county line.
And we're all smart enough to know that you're going to still have cleanups and cleanouts inside the city. There are gonna be spots within subdivisions, there are gonna be spots within farmland that's got an immediate need. So you're still gonna have a need to go inside that area to do that. But as long as you got a plan that says we're starting, here's our main watershed, here's where the most of the water, let's focus there first, because the advantage that all these other counties have over Activity Hall is they've been having cleanouts done on a regular basis since the 60s.
Right.
When they first came to this district. Those creeks and stuff, when we go in there to clean, we get a resolution up there, it's to take a few sticks out, it's to do stuff like that. Some of them are big, but most of them, we've already been over that ground before.
That's right.
Activity Hall County has had nothing done. So when they go in, it's a big job when they go in. It takes a lot of time when they go in to clean out a lot of these places. So that would be my recommendation.
That's an excellent recommendation. That's one we would look for. Of course, the county really, and that's us. We need to start working into moving water out rather than going in the middle of the county and start cleaning out and don't know where we're sending it to, somewhere that's going to bottleneck and not going to go anywhere and end up back anyway if we can't get it all the way out.
Is all the water in this county flow from the northwest to the southeast? I mean, that's pretty much the way. No?
You got the Catawba that flows north.
You got some else.
It comes out, it originates on the Mississippi State campus, goes south, turns into Octok, and ends up going back into Tindy.
It all goes into the basin eventually.
I would say too, we've got a great asset in Mississippi. Y'all, when time needed, I mean, he's great at this stuff and it's been a good asset for us. I thank you.
Well, no, and David, thank you. And what we would certainly offer, we're here in solidarity. We can meet with the engineers and with the road manager. We can do tabletop and war game. I don't think that this takes an incredible deep dive to come up with a plan. So we're available to help and think through anything that we can do for sure.
Well, we certainly appreciate the responsiveness that we've had for our request that's coming from you all. And I think we've had a tremendous amount of efforts and work done for the short amount of time that we've been in the district. So we certainly do appreciate all of the work, all of the responsiveness that you all have done for Duval County. Just to elaborate a little bit further, people don't realize that you all, especially Richard and I waded through cottonmouths and, up along these creeks. So it takes a lot of effort to get one of these projects done.
Please don't give Richard any credit. When he's not.
Well, he told me what a pawpaw was. But he
it's relational. And when he's with you, he can see what your concerns are.
Absolutely. So it's not just some people sitting around in an office and getting these actual people out waiting.
Yeah, and I'll leave you with this, not to belabor it, but when we present projects, he has all those photos, so we always see y'all's faces in the executive committee meetings because he makes sure people sees that he's taking supervisors and directors out.
Even in the rain.
Even in the rain. Especially.
Yeah, that's true. I just have one question, and you may not know, but I see we have a lot of projects that are queued up and the work's been approved and issued, to do. Y'all got a timeline on when y'all gonna get in here?
Yeah, and that's a very fair question. We do not do, in accounting, it's not first in, first out. Don moves the pieces of war around 13 counties based on who's there, who's sick, what's broken, what's not, what's raining. So we are not a rapid flash to bang, but once we get there, I'll put us up against any private sector group. I mean, our guys are artisans once they get there. So I know that's a half answer, but I can tell you if it's got a work order, then it is in queue, and the likelihood is it's going to be within a few months. But again, Don, is that a fair?
It is. We're just, like I said, 13 counties and 3 crews, so I'm spread.
Hey, you know what? As everybody comes to the board of supervisors, the squeaky wheel gets, usually, so I'm asking.
Yes. And again, final point, because I know there's other people behind me. So if Don's got the long reach up in Alcorn County, and the next project's in Oktibbeha, where he needs the long reach. But there's also a project over in Tishomingo. He's gonna go strike Tishomingo, because we're trying to prevent spirograph. So there can be some delay, but the good news, once again, if it's got a work order assigned, it's now, Richard has handed it off to Don, and they're gonna get to it lickety-split. Or Governor Reeves dispatches us for 2 months to Monroe County for tornado cleanup. So we do have some emergency ice storm stuff we've been working on. So those things, or if the Corps of Engineers jumps in, then we get back on the
I was just asking, you know.
Yeah, I think I dodged your question is what I did.
And you did a good job of it, so I appreciate that.
We certainly do appreciate, go ahead.
David does do a good job of showing up, Mr. Kenneth back then, and Richard, they do walk around and review projects, and I appreciate what Mr. Kenneth does and what Richard does actually on the ground itself.
Yes,
my question is not to put you all on the spot, but to make the board aware of what was just said. We need a plan, not to just be out cleaning out creeks, and most of the time in the middle of the county, rather than trying to clean out creeks that will flow into a main body of water and keep going. That is not a reflection of what Tom Bigby Waterway Management District is doing. Is a reflection of what we are failing to do as a county.
Yeah, well, I'll say this in closing. You wouldn't believe it, look at how old I am, but I'm still in the National Guard. I had drill at Monticello this weekend. When the commanding general tells me to go do this, I'll go execute that mission. But if the general says, hey, I want some input, I can give some input, and then once that general renders a decision, I'll execute. So I say again, if you want us to come war game with you, give you some thoughts, some ideas, we're all in. But at the end of the day, the order of march is going to be what you tell us you want us to do.
Yeah.
So we're here in solidarity as partners to give you our advice and our thoughts. But at the end of the day, your resolutions are my marching orders, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yes, sir.
If there's nothing else, we certainly do.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate all the efforts and looking forward to continued partnership.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you so much. Next on the agenda, we've got a presentation coming from our horse farm, Ms. Dana Trigger. Good morning.
Good morning.
On motion to acknowledge, motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Carver. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. That was for the water management presentation. Good morning.
Good morning. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Dana Trawick, and I'm the facility director at the horse park. And so I appreciate you guys letting me come here today and kind of give you an update on what's been going on. So as you know, the horse park opened in 1999 and was established as a partnership of the city of Starkville, Oktibbeha County, and Mississippi State University. And together, we have been able to achieve so many things over the last, 26 years with this partnership, and we are so grateful for this union. We always tease that the horse park started off as just 4 metal buildings on a gravel road, but now we have the front row seat with the paving of Courthouse and the paving of Hill State Boulevard. So we really strive to set a positive first impression, not only for people coming to our events, but traveling into town as well. We have just a small staff of 4, and the horse park has been able to uphold the high standard people have come to expect coming through the gates. And each team member takes pride in their job and really has bought into promoting excellence in all we do. So in 2025, the horse park had 147 days of activities, and that does include the equine assisted services taught by MSU. And we started off the year with the Rotary Classic Rodeo, And this is put on by the Starkville Rotary Club, and it is their largest fundraiser each year, and it is our biggest spectator event each year. So that's the bottom center picture to the crowd. It's like that for 2 nights, and this is a true community event, and if you've ever attended, you could agree with that based off all the local businesses, signs that are on the ramp or for sponsorship. So it's something that everybody can kind of get involved in our community. We hold it in conjunction with the Dixie National, so it's a great way to have really top contestants come compete because the 2 rodeos are so close in location. And over the last several years, we've had more and more contestants that actually stay on our grounds until they're up in Jackson, so they really get to utilize all that our city and town have to offer. The Cinch Challenge Team Pinning event was held for the first time in 2024, and it was such a success that they brought it and the Magnolia Showdown Team Pinning in 2025, and both of those had contestants in town for 3 days. That's the top left picture. And then the Mississippi Wildlife Fishery Parks and Foundation hosted 2 archery tournaments in 2025 after they had such success in 2024. And in their March event alone, they had about 2,500 archers from about 100 schools. So they were bussed in throughout the week from schools around the state. And so that was a really different and neat event to have. The annual Golden Triangles Kennel Club Dog Show had 309 dogs with contestants from 30 states and Canada. So that's one that always brings people from across the country to compete. And then the Lucky Dog Barrel Race had 342 contestants from 12 states with a payout of over $100,000. So even though the economy is tough for everyone right now, our events are still having good numbers because we've got great promoters and everybody knows what to expect when they arrive. So it makes it worth traveling across the country to come when you know what to expect. So our diverse lineup draws events in a unique demographic from people that may not would have traveled to Starkville otherwise. Many of our events are scheduled around what we would consider an off weekend in Starkville, like it's not on a main MSU sporting event or something when the city and county have events going on. So this keeps people in our restaurants and local business even when it would be considered an off weekend. So what kind of an impact do our events have on the community? Over 60,000 people come through our gates each year, with 90% of our business traveling from 90 miles away or further. So the majority of our events, people are having to spend the night. And so they may utilize the hotels or stay on our grounds, but regardless, they're fueling up in our community. They're visiting our restaurants, local businesses, and so we do feel like we are bringing new dollars to the community with each of our events. And then overnight visitors spend 3 times more than a day tripper. So the horse park is a great way for people to experience Starkville for the first time. So the horse park has been awarded for numerous awards over the years and been recognized in national publications. We are the 8-time recipient of the Justin Boots Best Footing Award. And that's a huge honor because it is actually voted on by the cowgirls in the Women's Professional Rodeo Association that actually compete on your grounds. So it's not just a board that says, hey, we haven't given it to this facility, let's give it to them. It's people that actually compete on your grounds and voted that you were the best. And these are professionals that travel, across the world. So this is a huge honor, and the 2025 award was particularly sweet for our current staff because it was the first time we had won it under our new leadership, and so it was nice for things to be recognized that the same high standard that had been set for so many years is still being continued. Let me go ahead. So 2025 was obviously very successful with 147 days of activities, and 2026 is proving to be the same. We had a really busy first part of the year, and our fall will continue to stay busy. We actually have the Megan McCain Barrel Race this weekend, so people will start rolling into town on Thursday for that event. And then it's hard to believe that we are about a month away from football season. So we park RVs there for home MSU football games. So we'll have people there from Thursday to Sunday on home football games. Then we have the Maroon Invitational Cross Country Meet coming up in October. This was held for the first time in 2025 by Starkville Academy, but it hosted 22 schools from Mississippi. So it was a huge success despite the torrential downpour. So we're hoping that we have better weather, but they are anticipating it to be as big as it was last year. Then Farmtastic will roll in November, and this is a program taught by Mississippi State, and it's field trips that roll in from 2nd to 4th graders that teach the process from farm to table. So it's a great ag experience for the kids to kind of understand where your food and clothing come from. So last year there were 1,100 youth and adults that came through from 16 schools. And then of course we'll continue the equine assisted services. Those are for special needs children, veterans, cops that use the horses for therapy programs. And then we'll wrap up the year with the Mississippi Amateur Quarter Horse Association show in December, and then we'll start all over again in 2027. So as you can see, the horse park stays busy, and we continue to try to bring family-friendly events to our community, and we continue to try to plan each year and try to improve the best we can. And of course, y'all's support is vital to our success, and we just appreciate you considering funding and appreciate you always being such a good supporter of the park.
Is there anything coming from the board?
Motion to acknowledge the report.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for appreciate it.
Absolutely. Okay. Next on the agenda, we have approval of our board. I'm sorry, no, we've got it open. I'm sorry. Judge Turner, you're right on time. Next on the agenda, we have an oath of ceremony service. And this is something that was put in place by New Human Resource Director, Ms. Jennifer Franklin. And it's a way to onboard our new employees to the county. And just set the tone for what we expect, and just let them know we're happy that they are here. I don't know if, would you like to say something just before?
Welcome to Ottawa County, Ronnie Cooper Jr. If you'll tell us a little bit about yourself and where you work, what shop you're working at.
I'm on the shop in 25. I don't know the number, but I'm from Speed. 27 years old. I got one son. He's 3.
Well, welcome. Thank you for being here today.
And to administer though, we always happy to have Honorable Judge Leanne Turner, and she so graciously agrees to do this for us, and we certainly do appreciate it. So with that being said, it's in your hands.
All right, thank you. All right, if you'll raise your right hand. I state your name.
Ronnie Cooper.
I say you repeat after me. Do solemnly swear or affirm
Do I solemnly swear
that I will faithfully support
that I will faithfully support
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Mississippi,
the Constitution of the State of Mississippi,
and that I will faithfully discharge
that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office or position
the duties of the office
upon which I am about to enter,
upon which I'm about to enter.
with service as my guide.
With service as my guide,
I pledge to uphold the ties
I pledge to uphold the ties
that bind us to our community
that bind us to our community
and to each other.
and to each other.
Okay, now is where you're gonna, I'll make the statement and then you'll say, I do. Okay. I pledge to act with transparency, fostering openness and truthful communication in my duties.
I do.
I pledge to conduct myself with unwavering integrity, ensuring honesty, fairness, and accountability. I pledge to commit to genuine engagement, respectfully collaborating with colleagues, partners, and citizens. I pledge to exercise diligent stewardship, responsibly managing the resources entrusted to Ottawa County. All right, now you'll also repeat after me for the last time. I understand that these values
I understand that these values
are the foundation of my commitment
are the foundation of my community,
to public service
public service,
in Ottawa County, Mississippi.
and Ottawa County, Mississippi.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Cooper.
Appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir. Good part of working with you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, next on the agenda, we got the approval of, July board minutes.
Make a motion, we approve the minutes for July.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Carver. Discussion, I've got one. Go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
Well, that was, part of the minute that we went into executive section on, and we came out, we asked that a timeline be presented for the completion of Williams Road. But we did give, I thought we gave a recommendation that that timeline will be presented at the next board meeting. And I thought that should have been on the minutes itself, but I didn't see that on our minutes, that timeline should be presented at the next board meeting, and we left out thinking that would be a part of the minutes itself, that a timeline will be presented at the next board meeting. That been a month ago, so it seemed like, that timeline, I'm sure that we put it on there. I don't see it on there, but it was discussed that the timeline be presented at the next board meeting.
I think we've got our engineer here are you ready to present your findings today?
I have a report.
Okay. Okay, well, he's coming up late on the agenda, so I'm sure we can receive that then. But we'll make a note. I guess that's not a correction that we can make on the minutes as of right now, but we can receive the report later on the agenda. I do have one correction, and it's the July 13th board meeting, right at the very top. It's just a misprint. It says, there being a quorum, board president Orlando Trainer called the meeting to order. That's just, we need to reflect that should be changed.
Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
4.1.2 on that same July 13th, number 6, item B, is a countywide utility sewer district establishment. I don't know how that will coincide with your presentation today. But this board tasked the county attorney looking into the creation of an overall countywide utility district. So we'll talk about that later on, but that was a motion that we placed in the last meeting, so we'll talk.
Okay. Do we need a motion to make that change? Okay. If there's nothing else, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Board minutes are now approved. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Carver, second by Supervisor Trainer. Any discussion?
I have one question. The school bus turnaround, is that just made through, I haven't had a request yet, but is that made through the family that has a child that's entering the public school system? Is that?
It's school district.
School district makes it to. I haven't had one yet.
Yes.
Surprise.
District Finance one, but I'm not really totally familiar with that one. It didn't come from me, so.
You talking about a request for this meeting?
Bus turnaround, yeah, it was bus turnaround.
Okay,
I have to look into that more, but I didn't know that District Finance had a bus turnaround.
Okay, so that's
a request.
That's for this meeting, but right now we're approving last month's minutes. So any other discussion on last month's board minutes?
You're on.
Okay. Oh, consider that.
That's on the consent agenda, yeah.
Okay.
So we are
I'm
working
sorry.
on that, yeah, we're working on that.
I misspoke.
Right.
You're right.
Right, on Old Highway 25, I was wondering about that, and I know there should be a bus turnaround in that area, and it would be good if we can get a bus turnaround in that area.
Well,
I just was not familiar with it.
yeah. Well, this, like I said, this came from the school board. They
Right.
asked for those for our approval, so.
Right.
They sent this over to us, and then we approve it to do the maintenance on it or create it.
Well, we know how it's done, I just was not familiar with it. And there are some on that highway old 25 in particular that need to be done. But I'm approving it, and I think that's a good idea that we have.
I think this one right here is for, special need child. They have a lot of those that come up. That's the reason they come up like this sometimes. What, in this particular location.
Right. I can check on that for you again today to make sure.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Joe, this is located right at that location where they put those 4 small homes in, and we approved that road, 911 road named Weeks Road.
That's correct.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
That's gonna be at the end of that.
That's right.
At the end of that road.
Yeah. Well, certainly we want to approve it, we got my vote. It's a good idea.
Is there any other discussion on the consent agenda? If not, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Supervisor Williams, I apologize, I was thinking we were in board minutes. You were absolutely correct.
Mr. President, I received word this morning from our fire coordinator, Mr. Patrick Warner, that he would like to withdraw his agenda item, and he's going to do a little bit of research with the comptroller and possibly represent that at a future board meeting.
Okay, all right. Next is your agenda shows our county engineer, but we have sort of rearranged the agenda to bring him up a little bit later. So at this particular moment, next on the agenda is our road manager, Mr. Victor Collins.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First thing we got is approval of, I think you'll have your board, in your package, a road manager report.
Make a motion to approve the road manager report.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Next, in the board, some of the board members, I want to explain that you all look at, and I'll pass it out to you right quick. This is a copy of what we use now for our hall permit. And I just want to give it to you and let you take a look at it. This is what we issue now for hall permit. And I think Supervisor Howard and I, we've been talking and discussing permits. Supervisor Lowe, we've discussed permitting trucks and how we permit them. And so this is what we have now. And I guess what we're trying to get down to is we gotta have something with a little bit more teeth in it. So what I'm coming to the board about now is we need to figure out how and what we need to do and how we're gonna go about coming up with a better permitting system, coming up with a way of taking a look at our roads before we permit these trucks, or whatever it may be, and how we're gonna go about whether we're gonna go to a bonding system for them to use. And so that's the discussion that I'm pushing forward today.
If you don't mind, I do think that, we have a lot of new roads that we've built that have had some damage and stuff done to them, especially in the past. And on the heavy hauls, I'm all about somebody getting their timber out, moving dirt, all the rest of that. But I do have a problem with building new roads and having to rebuild them back due to you know, the heavy haul on there, so I do think we need to look at bonding, you know, to go out and then look at the roads and see what condition they're in, and then what condition they're in after, you know, they've been out hauling, you know, for them. I think that's only fair for all the taxpayers, you know, instead of, you know, fixing the road and going back and redoing it. And if we can get with our county engineer and make sure that our roads are built load specifications whenever we're redoing our new roads, I think that would help also.
Victor and I have been in communications about some sort of process, and one of the suggestions I had was having those particular roads assessed before they move in and start to haul the timber, and we might need to hash out if a timber cutter, a little small timber cutter going in, gonna cut 2 loads and go out. Well, they might not fall under the same guidelines as opposed to a tract of timber that's gonna be 300 or 400 loads. I would say we need to have our engineer go and assess that road before they start, and along with that, like Supervisor Little said, require them to put up a bond, you know, and then once that they are finished with hauling the timber, go back and reassess and see what damages has been done, if damages has been done, and then, you know, we can request that they pay for it. If they don't, then we've got the bond that we can hold against them. So that would be my suggestion, as to have the roads pre-assessed before they start, have them routed a certain way, and have them to put up a certain amount, certain bond before that.
Interject, it's the first time I've seen this, but I would say, first of all, just looking over it, you know, it's a 72-hour notification prior to hauling activities. That needs to be changed immediately to a month. Give that time, 14 days or something. These people know.
Well, yeah, it needs to be enough time to give us a chance to assess that road and see what type of condition it's in, see what type of road it is, if it's one of our small roads, or one of our state aid roads, and then a value be put to that after they finish to know if it was damage done to that road. And I agree to Supervisor Little. They're hauling logs on one of her roads right now. We had to go out the other day and do repairs on it in the midst of their hauling. So, and not only timber haulers assess it when we got dirt haulers that do just as much damage. And so we got to come up with if someone going in and putting in a mobile home pad, about 5-6 loads, I don't think they should fall under that. But if you're hauling 50 loads in, we need to come up with a limit, amount, I guess you would say, to figure out how we're going to do this. And then we need to bring this bond together and get it all together and put it together. So I brought this to the board to say we need to do this. If we do, if we all in agreement, then I guess Clyde and Rob and I need to try to come up with a time.
And our engineer, make sure that
we're
formulating this.
Yes,
I would just share with that document exists. Prior board adopted a heavy haul permit. It's not this document verbatim, but I probably need to bring that to Rob's attention, let him review it again, but it allows just for what Mr. Collins has recommended.
I think part of our problem is that, and I think we're trying to get there, but there's just procedures that just haven't been.
Yes.
It exists and it was adopted and it provides for bonding and assessment and all the things again, like Mr. Collins had said. We just need to bring it to the front again and resurrect it.
In administrating this and in accordance with our governing document policies, I guess my question becomes, does this need to be in the form of an ordinance? Sounds like it's impacting the public, sounds like there's potential penalties, sounds like there's rights and obligations being inferred upon these contractors. And in my mind, that rises to the occasion of an ordinance, which involves public hearings and placing in the paper and things of that nature.
And then having procedures that were actually.
That's right. The procedures will then follow the ordinance, but with it lacking, I don't know how to enforce it.
It may have been adopted as an ordinance way back.
Well, I'd love to see it.
I thought I remembered that we had talked about that, but I hadn't seen anything come to the surface.
Correct. I haven't seen it in any of our documentation.
It was maybe done while I wasn't here, so it's probably over 4 or 5 years old.
I mean, you know, we've all agreed we need to, so whatever we need to do to go ahead and get that document backed up and going, and if there are some specifics that need to be addressed while we're doing it, we'll go ahead and do that.
If it pleases the board, I'll try to find it.
Okay.
I think I have a copy actually on my desk. And I'll forward it to the county attorney, so you can pick it up from there.
Sounds good. Do we need, go ahead,
I'm glad to see the board as a whole and the road department. I'm glad to see you wanting to address this situation because it is a major problem. According to this document here, they can only be charged $1,500. $1,500 seems to be the maximum amount that we will be able to charge them for the damage that they do. Of course, it could be more, it could be less, in fact.
It could be, but most of the time now, when you put the pencil to paper, it's a lot more damage.
It's a lot more.
I mean, we got, just giving an instance, at Craig Springs and Silver Ridge, they went out on Friday and started to dig out with the trucks that damaged that. He's one man, one machine, one truck, spent a whole day digging out and hauling material away and hauling it back in. The material itself, 28 tons of rock at $32 a ton itself is more than $1,500. And I think they may put 3 or 4 loads in there.
Way more than $1,500.
Yeah.
I'm glad for Mr. Howard's recommendation that we assess the condition of the road first. And then assess the condition of the road afterwards. That way we would know how much damage is actually done.
And that's why they need to notify us of hand before they're ready to move in.
Right, that's right.
So that's why we need to make sure that everybody knows about it, where they are not trying to move in before we can have a chance to assess the road and get the value of what they done, the damage they do. We don't want to charge for someone for something that they didn't do.
And I think, just looking at this, you talk about violators, and we need to have some sort of verbiage in there that for the violators, if you route them a certain way,
yes,
and they decide they're going to take up their own route and go a different way, then that needs to be an offense. And I guess this is addresses it. The first time, $500, second time, $1,000.
Yeah.
So all of these particulars just need to be put in place, so we'll be clear on what we expect, and the haulers will be clear.
I feel like bumping back to what Wayne said. I think we need to get all this together, get it into a document, look at it, make sure that's what we're going to do, and then present that document to the public, and then have a hearing on it and get all this. Because we end up with a lot of roads being torn up, and it's really costing us a lot of money to try to keep them up.
Do we need a motion by Supervisor Carl, second by Supervisor Trainer? All in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
That's about it, other than we're finna get in the process of paving here as soon as the weather break, and we're gonna be doing some other road building. So that's what we're looking at. Next on our agenda, we got
That bond money is ready to distribute, correct? Or is that, we need to talk about that as a board. Do it today.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, I think you have projects identified.
I think everybody does. It's something I talked to Mr. Wayne about last week, is that the money's sitting there. I would suggest that, I mean, as far as talking about the bond money, I would suggest we put it 6 ways, and that's for every county to get. This is 11, how much, $12 million sitting there, right?
$11,007,000.
Yeah, we just need to have that discussion of what y'all want to do with that. I would suggest, my suggestion would be split it 6 ways, that's a fifth to each county, and then the remaining fourth of the county administrator to do his task list that we all agreed upon a few months ago. But that's just, it can be divided anyway. That's something, I've got projects that I've got people calling that you identified as some of the worst roads in the county, and I know you've got a lot of obligated, a little over. You're at 2.7 million or something. Good. You don't need any money?
I need it, but I need it. He owes some money.
He needs
But it is,
But yeah, I think we've identified some projects already, and given that we're under the unit system, you know, just we'll identify projects and agree on what we want to do.
I've got several that's out there, and I'll bring them. I got them with me, but I need to send them the proper routing first. So I'll get them properly routed, and then the next board, we'll have them all here.
I know you say the weather breaking, but it's paving time.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We need to be.
No, I mean when this little rainy spell gets out of here.
Yes, sir.
There are some previous funds.
Oh, yeah,
previous bond.
Yeah.
That have not been spent.
Well, we got those projects. They already been put to those projects, and those are gonna be some of the first projects that we do. Yeah. But this is what I'm bringing you all next, is be projects that follow those projects. We got several projects that we got to do, and that's what we already start working on them.
I guess I want to ask maybe our county administrator, our comptroller, what kind of problem they're going to present if we start spending new bond money and having already spent the old bond.
Supervisor, if I may, the old bond money is obligated, as Victor is.
Right, I know it's obligated.
Yeah, it's obligated to both Victor and I think a few applied projects that he's got moving.
Right.
So the only money we have available to spend at this point is the new bond money, because the other is already obligated to projects that are on the docket to do.
That really didn't answer my question. It's obligated but hasn't been spent. Have we finished the project? See, we got it on the table. We have that obligated that is on the table, but we're not doing the work. So we really not spending. We're not obligated. It's on the table. So my thing is, when we gonna actually complete those projects,
we are actually
get that bond money taken care of.
We are actually spending it. We're actually spending out of that pot.
We got some projects that haven't even been addressed. But anyway, I think we're gonna present a problem maybe with the comptroller, but she's real smart. She'll figure out it, whatever you give her. But I think she'd rather have those funds not just obligated, but actually spent and out of the way before we go into spending new bond money. Now, Ms. Deanna can figure it all out, but I don't think we should put that on her. We didn't get to work and get that previous bond money spent and not just obligated.
Is there anything else for our road? If not, motion to acknowledge road manager report.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer, all in favor?
Well,
motion.
Oh, sorry. We got a couple of cover requests.
Okay.
Mr. Wilson on Rice Road,
Okay, let me carry out the road manager report, and then we'll take a motion. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Now we can take a request. Go.
Okay. Yes, we have one request from Mr. Wilson on Rice Road, access property.
Motion for approval.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, one from Tanner McDonald on Petty Road, access property.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Tanner Road.
Road Petty Road. Petty Road, yes. The residence Tanner McDonald. And last, LeBron Daniels, he lives on Sykes Road, but he's requesting access on New Light Road.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Carver. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Right.
Let me, if it pleases the board, we've got the links in here. We need them out to bring us to economic development. But seriously, if it pleases the board, can we go ahead and move down the agenda and enter executive session and get this, so they can, I'm sure they very busy, got a lot they need to be doing. So if it pleases the board, can we move down the agenda and do that? Okay. Do anybody need a break before we do that? Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll come into closed session.
This is for the economic development project that we're still doing some contractual issues that are going on with that. And there's land acquisition, the whole 9 yards.
Well, before we take a break, then let's go ahead and make a motion to go into closed session to determine, motion by Supervisor Little, second by Supervisor Williams. All in favor? We are now in closed session. We'll take 5, and then we'll come back and
personnel issue and a economic development issue. You ready?
Okay, we're back in session. We exited executive session with no action taken. We discussed the personnel issue, the economic development issue. So right now, we're gonna move into our agenda. We're gonna ask our county engineer.
Do we need to adopt the resolution?
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go to our county administrator to adopt the resolution.
During executive session, we received a brief from the Golden Triangle Link regarding an economic development project. Upon returning to open session, we need to adopt a resolution approving a fee in lieu of ad valorem taxes agreement for Project Jacket and authorizing the board president and chancery clerk to execute the agreement upon public announcement.
Okay, need a motion to that effect. Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Carl. Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. We will now hear from our county engineer, Mr. Chris. Good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I've got several items in particular order y'all want to take. I got a county engineer's report, I got a roadway assessment.
Whichever way you want to go with it.
Whichever way you want to go. I think first of all, if I read the agenda correctly, we were going to talk about the roadway assessment tool. And I'm going to take just a second to tell you how we got here. And I have a handout for you. This all started with some scanning, where we were scanning roadways and everything looked pretty cool, but what do we do with it when we get it kind of thing. So that morphed into how do we score the roadways? And the board's desire to put a score and prioritize the roadway. And what we have now is kind of hybrid of that, where it would include the scanning, provide you a tool, and it incorporates, if you look, it incorporates the condition of the roadway, and it also incorporates a prioritization schedule with how important is the road, how much traffic's on the road, and it combines those factors to generate your score. Parker Dungan has led, Parker Dungan has led the effort on this end. Paul, if I misspeak, I think he's collaborated pretty well with what y'all have so far as data with Golden Triangle and pulling that together. It's a very affordable project. Wayne, I'm a bit apologetic, but did you include our cost proposal for the assessment in the package? I think we've offered you a price on the order of $10,000, basically to scan and rate every roadway in the county.
What is it that you just handed out? Is that the same thing?
No, this is just a handout.
I have a copy of this.
Yes. So, very affordable, very good tool, with the goal being that we can put something in the right people's hands that y'all can use, that can be updated routinely. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Parker, and he's going to do a little demo to show you, what this thing looks like. Come on in, Parker. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Here you go.
Well, thank y'all for having us. We are very excited to be here. Excited to work with Clyde. Really excited to show you what, okay, thank you. Really excited to show you a little bit of the detail of what it would look like, what Mr. Clyde just described. But if you look on the screen, that's going to look really familiar. It's Oktibbeha County. And what we've done, you have the score sheet in front of you of how the road is scored. I'm going to focus less on the road scoring and more on the platform. And so I do want to point out, this is not on my computer. It's not any kind of special computer. It's actually a web portal where on any device that you want to look at, you can pull it up. You can pull it on an iPad or on a computer. But our Tillahaw County is shown, broken into the districts, and what we wanted to do was sensibly, economically, find a way to capture the data for the roads, like they're on that sheet. But we wanted to do it in a way that had backup and was easy for you guys to view and use as a tool. This is not just a tool that we'll use, this is a tool that you all can use and anybody that you want to use it. And so I'm going to be brief and hopefully we can jump into some questions and discussion. But part of what we would do in riding the roads is we would capture video. And we would do that using two very simple cameras, one on top of the vehicle, one on the front of the vehicle. And so this is all sample data. None of the scores or the video or photos are actually from Oktibbeha County. We have it written Oktibbeha County, we have it scored Oktibbeha County, so it's just made up scores, so don't let that affect what you see in here. Each of those colored lines you see on the screen represents a score. And so if I zoom in here and let's say just pick a random road, and I was looking at the county map and I wanted to see, okay, what's the score on X road? And I click on that road, it's going to pull up a video and photo view of, I promise it's going to pull it up. And if I need to switch to my iPad, I will, but let me see. Video's going to be hard to send here. Their bandwidth is pretty low. That's odd. Okay. I'm going to get my iPad, but I'll show you that in just a second. I don't want to get bogged down on that.
Is his iPad back there?
With the two views, it's going to pull up a view on top of the vehicle and on the front of the vehicle. And you can see what it looks like at that point in the road. And so I'll come back to that when we move my iPad up here. But that's a cool part of this. What that could look like is that's going to give you, every time you assess, the ability to go in and see that road from any view. There's a 360 camera on top of the vehicle and just a front view on the front for the pavement itself. But all those scores are broken down into a very digestible, easy way to see what we're looking at for each district, for the county as a whole. And I'm going to show you a little bit of that. So this is on the scores tab at the top. So this would assume that we've ridden every road in the county at this point. We scored it based off the parameters that are on your sheet and come up with that score. If I click all districts and I scroll down here to this summary page, it's kind of showing me all of the data for all the roads. So you see it says 865 roads reviewed, 168 in good shape, 218 need attention, 126 need drainage repair. If I wanted to see just District 1, I click District 1, it's taking those scores and that data we captured and showing what's just for District 1. I can look at it in different ways. I can go in and look at it from chart view, where it's just another breakdown, another way to see the data for District 1. If I click District 3, it pulls up District 3. District 5, same way. Breaks it down by road mileage, miles by condition, miles by pavement type. We are using technology when we ride the roads. It'll detect deficiencies. So it'll detect cracking, it'll detect potholes, all the things that we're familiar with. It'll detect issues with the condition of the shoulder of the road, the right of way. And so that's another look. One that I'm probably most excited about, an easy way to go in and say, all right, I really, really need to understand where the deficiencies are in my district for my roads. If I click this filter button right here, I can go into every category that we have. Pavement condition, smoothness, shoulder condition, right-of-way clearance, traffic volume, route significance, pavement type, drainage repair, and I can filter it by whatever we found in the assessment. So if for my district I wanted to go in and I wanted to say, hey, I want to see every road that I have that we scored good smoothness. If I click good, it breaks down those roads, and then I click a button right here that says PDF report, and it generates a PDF report of the roads in that district that I can print out, and I can see those scores based off of that filter that's made. If I don't want to go that far, I can go in, and if I click this table view right here, it just shows every road in, right now we have District 5 filtered, where I can filter by every score category that we created. If I want to be able to do that and see those scores in that table view and see the map at the same time and see those filtrations pop up where I can look at my different road types. If I want to see every road that, let's say I want to see all of my dirt roads or my gravel roads. If I go in here and I go to that layer for gravel and dirt roads, when I click that, did y'all see those brown roads, dash roads pop up? I'll turn it off and turn it back on. Those are all the gravel roads in the county. And so it was separated by pavement type. The thing that I want to point out most is this is a tool that it most certainly is a road assessment tool, but it's a tool for you to use in whatever way makes the most sense for you. You'll be able to see the condition of your road. You'll also be able to just see the condition of your district as a whole with the photos and videos that we take and the data that we capture. And so I don't want to belabor any certain piece of this. I do want to show you what it would look like with the photos and videos. So let me try it one more time. And
Load your laptop. You can put it on anything. Load your iPad, Parker, and I'll tell the board while you're looking. When we're out there doing an assessment, it won't care if we're in District 1 or District 3 or District 5. All the data's coming in the same, but you'll be able to filter by district. It's going to score based on pavement condition, again, the priority of the road with respect to the amount of traffic and any other special factor. If we knew there was a big plant about to go in on the end of this road or something. So those two scores are combined to give you this overall rating.
Is this LiDAR? Or what is this?
No, it's not LiDAR.
No, it's just photo and video capture. So it would look like this, which I got it pulled up.
But understand too, what it's not going to provide is it's going to give you all these ratings for these roads, and it's going to score them for you. What it's not going to provide is a cost estimate too. We've historically, y'all have picked the roads you want to work on, regardless of what this says either way. And when you select a route, we can come back and generate a cost estimate for you for that work. Any questions about what the deliverable is? What I really like about the tool that he's got is it can be updated, at whatever frequency we need to. If we do a project, if Vic does a project, if it was gravel last week and it's paved next week, we can go in and update this data. And it'll be a living document or a living, it's not a document.
Portal.
Portal. From now on.
This gives you a good view of what I was talking about. We would have this data captured on every road. So this view is the pavement view itself. And so it captures what we're trying to capture with the pavement assessment. But this is really awesome too, because this is a 360-degree view of the road wherever the vehicle is. So what that turns into, yes, it's certainly a road assessment tool. But it's also a way for you from an iPad or a computer. If my iPad is the same or maybe older than the one you have sitting in front of you, from anywhere you can go and say, I really want to see this point on this road. I want to look at somebody's calling and saying their mailbox got hit. Well, I want to see what mailbox that was before. You have documentation of that. If you want to know why a road got a poor grade on shoulder condition, you can go look at that from your iPad, from wherever you are. Another thing that's really neat about this, these are photos, but there is video, which is a neat component of this. Video that can play in real time. It can be slowed down to quarter speed. If I click quarter speed, it'll slow it down where I can see it good. So it captures our road assessment data, but it also gives you access to it on your device at any time, which hopefully is one of the things that's most powerful about what we're doing is we know that data is really good, but data that you can use is the best data. And that's what we try to create here, is a tool for you to use in a road assessment, but also just in your day-to-day for whatever use you have, and for whoever. whoever you want to give access to.
I don't know if segue back is proper or not, but think about your conversation this morning about the haul roads and assessing what kind of shape these roads are in prior to the hauling. Vic was talking about we need extra time, we need 2 weeks, we need to go out and assess. Marvell, you and I talked about one last week. You know, that thing is already going to be in there. Whatever day it was drove or whatever it was stored, you'll have the condition of the roadway already.
Do we already have that information with Golden Triangle Planning and Development? I know they presented something that was very similar.
I'll let Carl speak to that. They've merged their data really well.
So here's what we have. Right, this was an idea that it's hard to wrap your head around without being able to look at it. We talk about it all day long, but what he's showing us is the output of it. So what Golden Triangle Planning and Development proposed to do with the LiDAR scanning, this is not apples to apples. However, the output of what that would become is very, very similar. So what I did is I got with Duncan and Clyde Parker. This is what happens when you combine experience with youth. And the youth says, hey, I can do something. Let me take a swing at this. Because I think you asked a minute ago, well, man, how'd you do that so cheap? Right? This is not the same thing as what you would get from the LiDAR truck from Golden Triangle. That's a tool that allows an engineering firm to very precisely measure cost. In other words, Parker could take the data from that exercise and that data capture, and he could actually do real engineering with it. This is the supervisor view. So when you're building your 4-year road plan, and you're saying what project should I work on next, you need a supervisor point of view, you need your engineering point of view, you need your road manager point of view, and you need your county administrator comptroller point of view. All those views combined together, you need a portal where you can look at that data and say, what should we do next? This is the engineering point of view. This is a tool that they're proposing for $10,000. They're going to take a swing at this and say, look, we want to work with you because we think this thing has legs. We think it has a future. We think we can do more with it. But as a starting point, we want to give our engineering point of view for your roads, your bridges, your structures in the county, and give you a way to look at it on your iPads at any time. And now you're looking at the same thing. Is that?
We also made this presentation for Harry James State Aid last week as an intro. And they're trying to do the same thing, want to do the same thing. And I offered that should y'all accept our proposal here, this is kind of going to be the guinea pig for them. We'll include their state aid roads, and they'll operate in this portal, if you will, and give them a jump start on what they're trying to do too. So they're very much interested.
We're not tied down in any way. In other words, this is the first view of this, right? We can actually show the same view over in the Golden Triangle map. So Keith could be looking at his map that he uses every day and actually have this data in that map. We don't know where this is going to go. Working with state aid, working with local engineering firm, working with other data sources, DEQ, our data. This is just the first swing at this to say, if we get started on this, you guys can give us feedback, better or worse. Does this work for you? Does it not work for you?
And Marvell, literally, if this is up and running like we believe it will be, when you get Uncle Joe or Aunt Sadie come in and say, I got a washout over right here, you'll be able to see it right there.
Yeah, that's Senator Gresham. That's the views you would get, and that's that zoom around I was talking about on the left side, where I'm looking at the front and the back of the vehicle. And then here's my photos and video on the right side. If I want to see video instead, I just play that video, and it's all in them. You can access it by typing in a URL from any computer. There will obviously it'll be credentialed. We're working with Carl on that.
Yeah, I know y'all had a long day, so that's it in a nutshell. We're asking for 10 grand to kick this baby out of the nest and see what we can put out there for you.
Study over who just presented this today?
So
Who's presented this today for the first time?
this is a tool that you just gonna gather data, right? And come back and data.
It's
that we
gonna
can
gather data, and it's gonna come back and let you in a report format have a score for each of your roads. That's for the entire county and can be segregated by district. And as Parker said, if you wanna look at them from worst to best to worst, or which one has this issue or that issue, we'll be able to do.
This is in no way telling the supervisor that you've got to do this road because it was ranked the worst.
No, but it will be a ranking, that, again, it'll be pavement condition, which will include right-of-way and shoulders and all this kind of stuff. It will include traffic count and roadway significance. Because, I mean, the code already passed, there's some roads in the county are more important than others. So those things will factor in to generate the score in that handout.
And you mentioned something about integrating this with what PED
Absolutely.
does.
We're working together.
That to me, that'll help, I guess, assign funding. What I mean by, just say for instance, I've done one road and I've only got enough money. I can't do that second worst road. But I might go down my list and say, okay, well, this one rated a C instead of an F. And I can, according to, with the money I got left over, at least I can do this one. And that's, so we can sort of do some things like that.
And that's where we can help you with the cost estimate. So if you pick this one, it's going to likely cost X, you'll know what you got left and how you want to disperse that, as it's always been, it's up to y'all.
We took a swing at this, Wayne took a swing at this from the financial side. You know, we have 800 roads in the county, what would each one of them cost from his point of view? You guys are taking a look at this every week. Which ones are your priority? You know, if you go back, 3 or 4 weeks when you had that project meeting and you said, we're gonna fund these 5, and we got these 15 down your table. Well, this gives you a list of all of them. And eventually you gotta put your point of view on it, right? What's your priority ranking? What's the cost effectiveness ranking? This is that first, I call it that high level engineering point of view, where they say, look, we think these are the ones you probably ought to be looking ahead. Now, what do you want? Right, it's the beginning of that.
I think the primary concern is that this is contractual services. And we don't have to contract this out today. It is contractual services. The board have entertained the idea of having a county engineer that will help us make decisions like this rather than the board itself making that decision. Now, if that search be a county engineer, that county engineer could then advise us, this is what I need, or this is what I don't need, or what Golden Triangle Plan Development has is sufficient. So I would hate to see us run ahead. If it's going to be a process where we will have a county engineer, I would hate for us to run ahead and get something that he feel like that he can't use, but I need to ask for $10,000 more dollars to develop what I really need. So I think we're running ahead a little bit on this, and I would hope that we wouldn't try to make that decision, this decision today, with other things that we have in mind. I would say our primary biggest concern is that how we doing with the roads that we already constructed. Probably more emphasis, in my opinion, should be placed on let's do a good job with the roads that we already have contracts on. And those roads will be sufficient for the next 12 to 20 years. So we can look at a proposal like this and make those decisions, based on the fact that the roads that we are constructing is gonna be roads that are gonna last and not gonna tear up in less than a year's time. So we get those roads out of the way because we know those roads are gonna last for 12 years. So now we can go on and look at some of this. So I think primarily our concern is how do we improve what we already doing? We got roads that are tearing up. So let's make sure that's good. That's good. And if it's gonna be a situation where we hire a county engineer, let him make this decision for us. The way we've talked about it is that that's coming down the pipe very soon. So I wouldn't think that he will, or she will want to have something presented to him or her that he or she did not have any input in. So I would hope that we wouldn't be making a decision like this today. It's something that we probably need to ponder over. We just presented it today. So it seems like this idea really needs to be tabled, in my opinion, until we can first hire a county engineer. Secondly, we can decide on how can we do a better job of what we already done. Those two things. So I would want to run ahead with a county engineer coming aboard that can better make these type of decisions for us rather than we have to make it. That's my concern. It's twofold. How can we do a better job of what we're already doing? And two, how can we get better input from this proposal to bring forward a county engineer that will help us make a better decision as to whether or not this really is a good project or whether or not there's another project that might work better. And we have already implemented something that cannot be used, or that is not used favorably. So to move ahead, to run ahead will not be mine. Not be my recommendation, but hopefully this is not something that we have to decide on today, knowing the fact that we should have a county engineer coming in.
Anything else, input from the board?
I'm the same sentiment, I just want to take it under advisement, it looks good, and think on it, simmer on it. Definitely like that. That's one of the questions I asked. Who decided which road to get paved, and then there can always be some politics involved. I don't want to hamstring us. You call them that one. Priority score, which means who lives on what road and where in our district. I'm talking just in our district, unit system. But the city's done a great job of what they call roadway preservation. They're reclaiming the roads that are already to a certain standard and not letting them fall. And so the board, we still got to decide. I've learned that almost a third of the road in the county are gravel. I could be off on math. That was shocking to me when I came on board, but we don't have the funds to properly address the road we have. So this board has been very forward thinking on trying to get caught up and using new technologies. So I would also say I'd like to table this just for today and go home and read on it and look at it. And if that's a link that you can send to us.
Absolutely. Be happy to. Would love to.
Thanks for the work, no doubt. That's kind of where I'm at today.
Okay, any other board member? I certainly think it's a great document to have, but also if the board wants to take a little bit longer look at it, certainly in favor of doing that.
One thing just to be clear, maybe misconstrued a little bit, there's road inventory, which we're in charge of
keeping all of our assets, like where your bridges, where your structures, where your culverts. And then there's that decision on what you should work on. So first and foremost, that's the presentation of a view of your inventory assets. And right now, we don't have a complete inventory asset of all the things that you guys are responsible for in the county. So the $10,000 is a really cheap way to get your current engineers to go out and actually tag and bag any assets and make sure that they're visible in the view. What you do with that from a decision-making standpoint, that's something else completely. You don't even have to make a decision on it. In other words, it's not that tool. So that 10,000, I don't know. My estimate, if I were to ride the roads and tag and bag all the small structures and all those things, I came up with about $18,000 if I was doing it. Just, I mean, baseline, one guy riding the roads and doing it. So if you want to look at it from that perspective or consider it, it's a great way to get in your inventory levels in our current map improved. And then this would be great on top of that.
And on that note, the small drainage inventory that y'all had us do, all that data has already been incorporated into what we put together.
I would certainly be prepared to vote on something at our next meeting. You can send those links out and then we'll be ready to move forward. I think it's a great document to have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
If I could piggyback on top of what Mr. Joe was saying, Jennifer and I have just about finalized what the board had asked us to do regarding, I think the way y'all described it was a job description for the county engineer. Trying to read into what I thought y'all actually needed, I was trying to develop a much broader scope of how that position will interact with all the different members of the team, so to speak, the road manager, the state aid engineer, the planning and development, all of that. So I have that ready and I will send that out to the board this week at some point.
Need a motion to table? Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Carr, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Did you have anything else, Mr. Pritchett?
Well, I've got wastewater, and then I've got the standard county engineer report. I can continue, I can come back.
I do know we've got this 2 o'clock ribbon cutting, but we can continue on with some more.
You have anything on the real project?
I do.
Okay. Would you like for that to be presented first?
That's okay, Attorney Robinson.
This is, it lacks signature and it lacks an estimate for repairs. This is the forensic report that we've done on Williams Road. I shared this last week with Attorney Robertson. And this is hard copy for your review and comment. Photos in the back, there's some maps in the back. We're gonna leave a second to read this and look at anybody else in the copy.
I do, please. Thank you.
Can you give us a synopsis of what?
The synopsis is the damage, the synopsis would be 3 or 4 folds, I think. Number one, you'll see in this report, we look back through our test reports, we look back through the quantities, the pay applications for payment, our inspector's records. Takeaway number one, we don't see any fault at all in the work with Falcon contractor did on this project. Okay, that's one takeaway. Number two is that we, like certain, the demise of Williams Road is due to heavy hauling, extraordinary hauling. Put some notes in there about a home that was built in Southgate and by no means throwing any kind of a rock at the homeowner. But we know we had a lot of dirt come in from Sturgis, from the north, on Williams Road, turned on Eccles, went up into Southgate. We know that we had two homes demolished on this property that came back out, went south out Williams Road, ended up on Mount Olive Road there. We also know that during the construction of the road, when Falcon was doing work, we hauled about 2,300, exact numbers in the report, about 2,300 tons of limestone on this job. We hauled about 4,000 tons of asphalt on this job. We didn't have any problem. Over the legal limits, and with no construction issues. We didn't tear up any of the additional road when we were out there trying to build it. The job was finished, the job was due. So, since then, it's in the room, I think, but I think we've learned that the southern portion of this road was not chemically stabilized years ago, whereas the north end was. So you're talking about your heavy haul stuff this morning. This is a classic case.
You said there's no heavy haul permits for the dirt man that brought in and your suspect is a burn.
Technically, and Mr. Dung and I were talking earlier, some of the stuff is, hopefully already enforced, but you would, in the right world, you would have had a whole permit in place, a bond put up, or any demise of the road before it happened.
So there was no bond, there was no heavy haul permit requested by either the bus or the dirt hauler?
Not knowledge.
Is out there, understand the protocol and change, if you're gonna haul, you're gonna get a heavy haul permit?
This was a maintenance project where we put an inch and a half. First, we did base repair and leveling of the existing failures that were in the road before the project started. So as part of our forensic work, there's a table in our plan that specifies where those failures are when the contractor bids. So as part of our forensic work, we had a survey crew go out there, not knowing anything about what was going on, but just remark those failures. If you look in the photos, the base repairs that we did held up under this traffic. Problems that you have before them, after them, and beside them, right in the areas that were repaired. So, and I've got some photos in there with the dots. You can see it. They're probably still out on the road if you don't look today. So the work that we actually did was good. It wasn't an overlay. It was an added strength to the road that was already in place. Now that doesn't bring this pad, that doesn't bring every road up to highway standard, but it would have improved the integrity of the roadway with the overlay on it. And I think I even have a statement that had we not done this overlay, man, the road probably be in a whole lot worse shape than it is. That's not what everybody wants to hear, I understand that, but that's what we think has transpired here. And we're pretty certain in our assertion.
Okay, what's the heavy hauling? Heavy hauling is seen to be one way, and an empty haul would be another way.
We don't think there was very much empty haul. We think that the dirt came in from the north, then from Sturgis, but the demolition of the two homes, you'll see a picture in that report, Mr. Gill. The demolition went to the south. So they all in loaded, all out loaded. Now, the builder's number is in there. Spoken to him. He's acknowledged the haul in. He said the homes will burn, but there's a lot of brick and concrete on Mount Olive Road. So I just say I'm a suspect. And I think, quite honestly, I know we're lying stringing, but Quite honestly, I think he was anticipating my call.
Now, it's a project that has to be finalized. I don't know, are you suggesting that, the same contractor be
I'm
the one to
suggesting-
repair this, or do we need to advertise?
I'm suggesting now, if you want this road restored to the condition that Falcon completed it in, that you've got another project in front of you to advertise and bid. It'll take reconstruction from Lean Lane south, base repair leveling, and probably overlay from Lean Lane north, Lanier, but you got the section of the road that needs full reconstruction now, you got some repair and not very little leveling, but some additional base repair and overlay if you want to make it look like a new road.
So advertise.
I think you would.
Advertise for.
Quite honestly, the first estimate we ran over this over $600,000. And it's probably north of there. Because the ride on Thursday or Friday last week, it's gotten worse since the time we looked at it. So, back to the comments, you were talking about calling this morning, but we get a $1,500 fine, this and that, both touching.
Does that mean that there's continuously heavy hauling going on currently?
Not so much there's some, but once you compromise the surface on the road and expose the base, and you got the lanes and stuff that we had, and stuff, once you compromise that seal or that surface on top, you're just gonna progress.
If we had, and this is a question, and I'm just trying to understand, if we had captured this on the front end before the seal had gotten broken, could there have been something we could have done to prevent this?
On the south end, no, very, very little. We could have, possibly on the north end, we could have minimized some of the damage up there, got ahead of it, but unfortunate thing is, two, we come this way, it closed the bridge in Southgate, somewhere in this cold Lord Hill in there.
That put additional traffic on the road.
So, yeah, so it put some additional traffic. Oddly enough, Echoes in the roads in Southgate, they are cement traded, they're just chip seal on cement, they held up pretty good.
If we had on the front end of this, did a total reclaim on the road to start with, would we see the damage that we are currently seeing?
No.
So if I'm understanding, the repair that Mr. Copeland would involve going back and reclaiming the south end
I think
to
you got a
include
full
some cement.
depth, I think you got a portion of full depth reclamation on the south end, and then selective base repairs on, call it the north end. And then if you want it to all look the same and look pretty, as Mr. Taylor said, when you get through and restripe it and make it look new again, then you got a thin left overlay as a minimum to come back on top of all that and restripe. Very similar to New Line, where we had sections that we repaired and sections that we did full depth reclamation.
South side total reclamation, north side base repair, and then over, and that's 600.
Probably north of 600. We can update the numbers, but I need to kind of know what the board wants to do.
You got base repair in some places. And really that base repair starts about 1576 Williams. It's
I have a address in my phone, that may be about right.
Yeah, I'm giving that up. Around 1576 Williams is where it starts to break apart. So that, I guess, will be base repair in that section. And then there are some areas that have larger sections that will probably be poor reclamation, I guess. I don't know.
I would think so, yes.
That's acceptable.
It's hard to do a partial reclamation out there. You really wanna give them that entire roadway, or at least a full lane of the roadway when you do the full reclamation. So we're trying not to do that just in spots.
Just a spot. But the overlay there, if you did were able to correct that situation, you could overlay it. But the full reclamation, would be the most ideal thing to do.
If you wanted to,
I want to hold up. And then we want it to look like.
You've got a roadway in that the majority of the roadway through construction carry legal loads, being the limestone and asphalt that were brought in for Falcon to execute the contract. And, you know, after that is when we have a problem. So I feel like I call it the north end, if we did base repair, did additional repairs there, put overlay on it, but you got a good road that's gonna last you a long time. But, but to go back to your point, if you wanted to reclaim 2.9 miles of road for that reclamation and overlay it, then yes, you got a better road.
Well, I'm gonna, offer a motion. A motion that we advertise for the necessary improvement to be made on wheels to correct all of the problems starting at 1576 Williams Road. That's up from Lanier
That's north of Lanier.
That's north of Lanier. It's not much, but it's some crumbling north of Lanier that maybe wouldn't take as much to address.
Yeah, I would just ask.
Once you get down to Lanier, then we start having some real major problems.
That's your full depth reclamation, and I would just ask that you not tie me to an address. I would want to look at it from end to end and do the necessary repair.
Necessary repair work, so that's my motion, is to do the necessary repair work to correct the issues on Williams Road. That would be more like the southern part rather than the northern part, I believe.
Second. Motion and second. Discussion. That's what I was gonna say that.
He already decided on the cost estimate. We have that.
No, I mean, I think our county administrator and our comptroller will probably wanna know where the funds are coming from, is that?
Yes, and the final cost, I mean, Clyde is estimating based upon an order of magnitude that's probably not close enough to what we want to do, but if we do approve this, then I'd appreciate an updated cost estimate and obviously
today is just for advertising.
We'll have to work plans, and that plan preparation, we'll do an updated cost estimate. And before it actually hits the paper, bids will be y'all's call, based on the prepared plans, the scope of work, and the cost estimate. If you want to authorize us to go ahead and put that together, we're happy to do it.
Yes. Okay. Let's move forward to give you authorization to do what is necessary. And we understand what the cost is going to come.
Okay. We got a motion and a second to authorize our county engineer to move forward with cost assessment, advertising, and bid receiving.
Preparation of plans and the cost estimate.
This motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer. Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Could we, as we continue on this path, we don't think down those lines, but the weather's getting ready to break.
I doubt very seriously that you'll get plans prepared, advertised, and other contract within the place. I think this is spring.
That's more of a spring project.
Correct. Now, to your point, and I know there was conversation about the bond monies and stuff, we came out pretty good last year, putting some projects together, did them in the fall. and having awards ready in the spring. Those contractors liked it, they came out the gate ready to work, they had work up their plate, so that worked pretty well. Alright, couple more things and I'll be done, the old question, how are we on time?
Well, we got a couple of things on the agenda, but we'll keep rolling
This will be
until the
quick.
clock says.
If we could finish up live, that would be awesome.
Okay. Okay.
Real quickly, I put a draft copy of a wastewater feasibility study in y'all's box last week. Very few changes, corrected a couple of typos, put my signature on it. This is the final copy. The draft is off, just so you'll have it. So I'll hand those out. The genesis of
what I already have that you brought.
that's the final. That's the final copy.
That, yes, hand me that one, Patty, you keep the final, unless you made a bunch of notes in yours.
I don't have, literally, there was a few typos corrected in here, and I've got more, somebody needs something. So throw your draft copy away, keep your signed copy.
You hang on to that one for me.
All right, 2 minute pitch. A lot of this started, as you know, when I started working with the Duncan team. Brought them up here, introduced them to y'all, introduced them to MSU, introduced them to various clients and talked about projects, and it became glaringly obvious that we've got a wastewater problem in the county. And, you know, the issues that you've had have been publicized in the papers and what have you, social media, brought that to light. So, Duncan's own initiative, we generated a wastewater feasibility study on how you might address these issues. And the details of the study are in here. We were asked, our recommendation is that the county form a countywide wastewater authority. And our ask today, if you've had time to look at this, is that we've offered a proposal to proceed with initial phases of the engineering and the legal aspects of this at a fee of $150,000 to start the first phase of moving this forward. So I don't know to what degree you've had a chance to look at this or study it. I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you've got. But this is, we believe this to be feasible. We've talked to some of the regulatory agencies. We've talked to the attorneys that have done this before. We think this is the plan that we would like for you to adopt moving forward. And we would like to, again, permission to start the preliminary engineering to generate that report, which will help with, number one, it'll help confirm what we think we've recommended to you is the right path to go down, start identifying some sites, and start the nuts and bolts of this whole process forward.
Go ahead.
I do have several questions, like I am definitely not an engineer, as you're well aware of. But I read it, and we do have a lot of issues out in the county, things like that. But before we create, a countywide, authority or whatever, there was a lot of things that I was trying to make a little more clear in some of this stuff. Where, it says like, to me, when I read it, it looks like that the taxpayers are paying for a lot of this. We're not in that wastewater business. We don't have any people to maintain this, take care of the stuff. We're funding the whole, infrastructure, but it's basically gonna be, the private developers are gonna be the ones benefiting from it. When there's a lot of timing costs and stuff, associated, with the, subdivisions and different things like that. I just think, didn't see a lot in there where it was showing what, developers were gonna pay for it.
We're not taking it. And the intent, to follow up with you, Mr. perspective, the intent, the first decision to be made, a lot of discussion as to whether the county would be a wholesaler or retail. A wholesale, they would take treatment from all these different things, but you would have independent, your developers, your subdivision, this and that would be responsible for their own infrastructure, their own billing, et cetera. The county would just create treatment facilities that would treat the material, much like MSU does, you know, the city of Stockton, like you're doing with the city of Stockton now in the past. So those are part of the questions that we've got to investigate and answer. But there's no burden at this stage of the game to the taxpayers whatsoever.
Say that again, because I'm getting questions from, I think it needs to be clear. This board is taking on a study. This is not adding one nickel to the tax, there's not a millage being added to this. We're basically studying this issue so this board can have information to make a decision in the future. So there's no cost in terms of actual construction or anything. The whole point of this is to find out if it's feasible and viable for us to be able to do this.
The feasibility study that you have in your hand says it's feasible. This is a way that we think you can attack this problem in the county. The phase one engineering that we were asking you to proceed with, and I'm not saying engineering and legal, investigates it, verifies that's a viable road to go down. It doesn't obligate a taxpayer dollar. In time, if it progresses and we pick, let's just say we pick a site and we want to build a treatment facility, then part of this whole process is to look for funding opportunities, whether it be ARC or USDA based on the population, and see how that project would be funded, do the hard engineering for that project, and move forward. So this first phase of the study really is to start trying to answer some of the questions that you have.
And I guess my other question is, you said 100, how much?
We have 150,000, and that would go to the legal fees and the preliminary engineering fees to start, again, answering the questions and proceed with contacting the regulatory agencies officially, going into communication with the city of Stockton officially, working with the legal teams, the legislature, Ron Bard and company, about how these things would go together.
I personally feel that we might, I mean, because we do need to look into this. But that road that we have to redo, again, that we just spent money on, that we need to look into getting some state aid or some grant money or look into that to do a feasibility study. Because that's something that we're looking at going to the feds for a feasibility study for, you know, some countywide stuff too, because that's just a lot of money. You know, to spend just to do a feasibility study right now.
You have the feasibility study.
Well, I mean, you know, to start looking at the hard stuff, you know, in there. But that's what I'm saying, I was thinking that.
I don't like to speak for other legislators, but I've talked to Mark, I've talked to Shaq Taylor, we've had multiple conversations about this. I know that those are our two main other entities here. They're very interested in helping us flesh some of this out. I think there's a very good possibility that between the three of us focusing our energies toward this, because this will be a countywide project in how we approach this, I do feel like we will have a very good possibility of getting some funding for this. However, I mean, we are talking January when all this starts. I think that I feel very confident that I can get some money for this. However, I don't want that to be the founding part of y'all making this decision. If you think this is a good, viable decision, then I'm on board with whatever y'all want to do. Yes, sir.
Yes, Ms. Betty, I would add too, we talked specifically about this several times. One of the motivators for trying to move with it now is the session, you know, the legislative session that will begin in January to if you decide that this is the solution to this problem, it takes local and private legislation to set this up. So the legal pathway, which is part of what Clyde is saying, is going to take a lot of work work with the wording of the legislation so that it sets this utility authority up to solve the problem. You gotta figure that out, and over the next 5 months, if you can figure that out, then you've got a shot in this coming session to set this up, to seek funding for what's next. And if you don't, you're looking at a year later.
At least a year later.
You know, with you're making a really good point, but I did want you to know, in us talking about it, timing is part of it, just trying to get the ball rolling so that by January, you've got the wording for the local and private, because there are, the wording, the way you put this entity together, and the power that it has, and the way it operates, and the problems that you're trying to solve, all that's got to be figured out and put in that legislation so that it operates the way you need it to. Otherwise, you'd just be looking at another year of waiting for another session. So that's some of the timing of it.
Can we wait 2 weeks on this? I'll tell you, and I kind of want to get this county-wide. I don't want to really look at anything to us. This board has worked on consent agendas and got better, but I don't like it. I've read the first one, but I hadn't read this one. And I don't know what's been changed to it, but I hadn't read it. And 2 weeks is still enough. But I hadn't read this.
And I do want to say this. I went out on the bridge on Tolkien Lane. David came out, the one that picks up debris and holds it. And that bridge sunk down when that track was on that bridge, cleaning it up. That doesn't have anything to do with this. But I had to take the track around in there and clean that up so we could see what was going on with that power. And the sewer was so strong in that bridge, it was so strong that you could sit in that air-conditioned tractor. I'm talking about fresh sewer. And so that is what's happening to most of our bridges. The sewer is getting in the creeks, and it's right now piling away on these bridges. If we don't soon do something with them, that's the problem we're going to have. But that bridge now, we got to go in and do concrete work around those piles because the sewer has ate the piles pressure. And that's the only reason they're eating up, because the water don't stand under the bridge, the sewer stands under it. And it's eating away at the bridge pile. And we got another bridge in your district that's the pile. That bridge was built back when I was working for the county about 25 years ago, and it's already, we had to close the road on it because we got sewer water going in our creeks that's eating up the piles on the bridge. So if we don't do something with the sewer soon, that's what we're gonna have, a bunch of rusted out bridge piles, and you know what a bridge costs. So
we know that on sewer crews. You not stopped that.
I went in that creek with that transfer, and it was so strong we had to bring it out and take it to the shop and wash it up. But it was fresh sewer.
And my other concern is, we as a county have not adopted any type of codes, regulations, done anything, to help support, something like that. And I think we need to look at strong and hard of getting that done, because that's gonna play into how all this other stuff is gonna work together hand in hand. Because if we got, those kind of problems like that out there now, and we don't have any way to govern it legally, then there's gonna be other problems with our wastewater, authority and stuff. I feel like we're still behind the 8 ball, and this is wanting to move us forward, but it's kind of like,
what comes first?
We don't have, it's kind of like we're going to buy a new car, but we're buying a new car, but we're just leaving the engine out. We don't have anything to run it on. Because we hadn't adopted any of that stuff. Our people hadn't come back and given us, our final, approval on our, study that we had done, and we do need to have some type of codes and some way to get it
I don't disagree, but I do think that this could go hand in hand with them, and honestly, I could probably use some of their attorneys on the DEQ side of this to figure out, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel, there are other places out there that have done similar things like this, so I don't want to suggest this is rocket science, but to your point, I think you're exactly right, we've got to start putting in place some things that keep sewer out of our waterways, and I don't know quite what I didn't know that was down there, I couldn't say it, but I was in the sewer.
This may actually facilitate what you're talking about. It may give you a better opportunity to put some restrictions in place and give you some, some teeth out there to do some of these things. There's a lot to be figured out yet, but this is a big step. And we're talking about, in all honesty, we're talking about work that's going to impact this county 30, 40 years from now.
Well, I agree, and I'm not saying that I don't want to do it, because I do think that we need to look at it. I just think we need to digest all this other new stuff and then visit and come back and, with a solid form instead of just, because, we said we wanted to get a building person, a year and a half, 2 years ago, and we hadn't gotten to that stage yet, where we're able to, to get them. And, and this is gonna add even more, to it. We gotta have a base for our whole county, I feel like, where we have something to lean on and have other, people to lean into what it is.
We've got a board member that's requested 2-week extension to look over this. I don't think that's unreasonable request.
The only thing time-wise from our standpoint is there really is no time frame for our standpoint. Jeff is absolutely right. What we were trying to do is put y'all in position to target the legislature in the next session. And there are grand opportunities for some of this engineering work, but they're gonna come with time.
I think 2 weeks is.
Yeah, we have no issue with the time at all. Again, our reason for coming today is trying to get this ball rolling so we can get it in front of them.
Got a motion, second.
Motion by Supervisor Carver, second by Supervisor Williams, that we revisit this issue at our next board meeting.
Before y'all vote, can I say one thing? As y'all review the plan document that he just presented, I would ask that you also review the strategic memorandum that I wrote that addresses how we would implement this thing and how we would work it through, and just get a good understanding of the actual process of accepting this and moving it towards a document that we can use for the purposes of requesting grants and getting the legislation that we discussed.
All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. And did I not see something about our comprehensive plan to Supervisor Dillon's point that, where are we at on getting our updated report on that?
So trying to think of Slaughter and Willingham, they have been doing some work. They've been sending some bills in here, but I haven't seen any updates as to how far along they are. Now, the comprehensive plan itself doesn't address this.
I know
we've already passed the comprehensive plan. We tasked them with assisting us in figuring out the next phases, which I'm hesitant to use the word zoning and regulations and those types of things, but that was what we were asked them to work through. So I'll be happy to reach out to them and see if I can get them down here to give us an update if that suits you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very quickly, we have a bid opening on Drummond Drive, Ms. Patty, that's your district, on August 20th. So we have 10 o'clock here on August 20th. We have 3 other bridge projects. I know we talked about Ogden this morning. It's under contract at Knox Mason Road Bridge will be advertised soon. Reed Road, we've had first review. We upsized the box culverts from number 14 to 6 just a little bit based on inspection last week. There's a lot happening on the LSVP state aid side. On the grant side, y'all previously approved, to help with an application on the CHBP Competitive Highway Bridge Program. We were able to get that prepared. It's with MDOT. It's been submitted, and we're optimistic. We provide for construction on 3 bridges in the Morgantown area.
What about our safety study?
That's next on my list. We made connection on the local road safety study. Cody Burnett, who left the city of Starkville as an engineer, now works with MDOT in that division, and he's been assigned out to Gulf County. So we're in the early stages of collaborating with him or those discussions. Other thing you heard mentioned too is some of the alternative transportation grants. Archives and History has grant programs. I think some of the wildlife fund, different programs out there. Once you understand, we got the CHBP grant in right under the deadline. Team put it together, they closed, they quit taking applications like every year. Got that in there. So if something comes across your desk, so supervisor planner, you watch it pretty closely. If it comes across your desk and y'all think you want to take a shot at it, let us know. We can put that application together for you to get it done with. We can't guarantee it will be successful before we get it in there. Okay? That's really all I got, unless there's more from me.
Anything else for our engineer? Not motion to adopt, motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Carter. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. We've got about 25 minutes. How long is it gonna take to make a trip to the ribbon cutting? Do you want?
Take you there. I ain't passing no place, you got no food.
Supervisor Williams thought they had food down there. Ribbon cutting.
He never did confirm it.
I guess we'll motion to recess and then return after the ribbon cutting. Motion by Supervisor Williams. Second by Super. Unless you want to continue and miss the ribbon cutting now.
Maybe we gotta come back.
I still got a bunch of stuff to do. Yeah, we have.
We'll go eat. Go eat.
Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer, that we recess until later this afternoon. All in favor?
What time? Yeah, what time?
4.
3:30.
See y'all.